Alright, good evening and welcome. Do we think things might be working? Yeah. There's a bit of sound, there's a bit of things. Much better. Now I'm kind of in the middle. LG Ron, thank you for the 6 months. That is the legacy context. I'm waiting for my community manager to fix all that stuff and my editor and all those roles that I don't have to go fix the things that I haven't bothered to fix. It's basically what's called a protector of the path at this point. Top men on it. Well, not really, because it's me. All of the roles are me, and they all have a shitty boss, and they're all lazy. If you ask the boss, they're all lazy, and if you ask them, they have a shitty boss. So not much is gonna get done, and that's why everything is out of date. This is also why the countdown timer doesn't have a running display of upcoming videos, because I forgot to make it. But since tomorrow is a new series, then probably should do it for tomorrow. I just haven't really been figuring out, sort of the schedule has been sort of intermittent at best. But anyway, here we are. I thought it was only 6,000 wires needed. Oh no, it's 60,000 wires needed. So that kind of changes a lot. Perhaps one day when you disappear below the camera, either someone else will appear or have a different haircut or something. Yeah, maybe. I did actually talk to my kids about sort of if they're going to be homeschooled, then we should sort of record the sort of the background behind them, and then sort of just with the chair and nothing else, and then they would come in and walk past the background, and then we'd take that screen, set up a green screen, let that run as a loop in the background. So basically they're sitting there during their classes and going and then seemingly on the background that's just their room, they walk by in the background. I thought that would be really cool to do, and it's something that, hey, I have a green screen, I can do these basic things, so we could do that. So I thought that would be a fun thing to do. Just as a little gag there. I don't know what Tom Cardy is, and I don't do collabs, so yeah. No? I thought it would be kind of fun to do that. Not too much trouble, but should be doable. So, how's everyone doing? Actually, looking in my hair has been an absolute mess today, but it doesn't look as messed up when I just get my headset on and the low resolution of the camera. It's not as messed up as it actually is in real life, so not all is bad when it comes to what cameras do. Yeah, some kids did the green screen thing to make it seem like they pay attention in the learn from home ed classes. Yeah, you can just go a loop where you just sit there and then just look down, and you can do that. If you have like 10 minutes and loop it, I don't think anyone would notice. Regular gameplay of DSP. At hour 12 I can start mass producing green sides. That 10-hour achievement is going to need some work. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that just have to be done in a way that I don't like doing it. Like, for example, you go to your second planet and mine titanium, then you pick up all of the titanium in hand, and then you fly back with all the titanium in hand, and then you put it in some boxes. So that's not how I want to do it, but that's kind of one of the things that you'd have to do if you want to go for those achievements. It's not top of mind right now to get those achievements, but I think that if we do a run and it's fun to get all the other non-timed achievements, then there's just 2 achievements left. Then we can do another run at another time to go for that, right? What? Swimming pool is finally open today. After 2 months, got 2 kilometers swim. That's a gigantic swimming pool. Sure it's not the ocean? That's a pretty damn big swimming pool. Woo! Hey, Scoot IRC. Thank you for the 1,000 bits just out of the blue. Yeah, I mean, swimming 2 kilometers, that's basically swimming to Sweden from here. Ugh. The ocean is closed. They put a do not enter sign on it. Well, they that's sometimes a good idea too. They actually do that. So, do not enter. Well, I could not have guessed that it was 80 laps. The swimming pool is open. So when you're saying swimming pool is not... Okay. 1,000 hours of Victorio. Wow, yep, that's a lot. Well, it's a lot. It's still a lot. I just rounded 7,000 myself, so yep, that's a thing. C for Celeritas. Maybe? Celeritas? Yeah. Thank you for the 4 months. Close lockdown in Holland. Oh, right. Holland or Netherlands? Every time I say Holland, all them Dutch, they all correct me. Say, it's Netherlands and Dutch. Holland is only 2 of the provinces and blah blah blah. All right. But officially, it's called Netherlands now. You can look at the official tourist information guide called Holland.com. Yeah. It's odd. All right. So what we have on plan for today is a bit of Satisfactory. So this is on Wednesday. Usually I don't stream Satisfactory on Wednesdays, but it'll be a Wednesday today because tomorrow we have Dyson Sphere Program, and we will also do Dyson Sphere Program on Friday. And then we'll be doing Satisfactory Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays for a while. And then we will be doing Dyson Sphere Program Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then at some point, my guess is it'll be Satisfactory that ends first. And I don't know when, but I think that the next game I have sort of on my agenda to do is Warhammer Total War Warhammer 3. That comes out on the 17th of February, and I think that's like a good month away. So maybe I'll end up playing something else before that, but that's kind of my outlook right now. It's looking 1 month ahead, and then we'll see when it comes around for the 25th of February. Then if we're going to be pausing everything to do some all in on Elden Ring, I probably am. Playing a new game of DSP to get ready for the updates coming up. Ah, nice. Well, I haven't done that because I want to get the achievements in the first game I enter. So we're going to be starting a game up tomorrow with a new start by just selecting a world and just diving in and all that good stuff. So yeah, and before anyone suggests it, no, I'm not interested in your specially handcrafted, super ultimate, mega awesome, overpowered seed that you have found yourself. I don't care. I'm not interested. I'm just gonna take a random one and I'm gonna do it on 0.5 resource because that's what I need for the achievement. Excited for DSP? I mean, it's not like I can't sleep at night because I'm so excited, but it's going to be nice to come back to that game. It's a game I've enjoyed, and it's been a half a year since I played it last, and it's a good time for me to sort of put it aside and then I think that as soon as I get into the game, I'm going to be gushing. I'm going, this is so cool. Oh my God, this is so good. How could I live without this? The belt laying is so amazing. The blueprint's so good. All that good stuff. So I think I'm going to be just really enjoying it when I get into it. Same like with Valheim, for example. I haven't played Valheim in a long time, and well, maybe in hopefully March or or April there'll be like a Mistland update, and we'll come back to Valheim, and it'll be like, oh, it's so cool. And then there'll be an Icarus update, and I'll go like, fuck you, I'm never gonna touch you again. And then there'll be something else. Not interested in. I picked a random one, and my starting planet had reverse axis. Instant achievement. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Having the settlers is. I don't know what that is. Yeah. So for me, I need it to be 4 months long to play everything coming out there. I only honestly, if it wasn't for Elden Ring, I would be excited about Horizon Forbidden West, and Total War Warhammer 3. But there's just... Elden Ring just cast a shadow over anything before Easter, basically. So that's yeah. Yeah, that's let's see. And maybe it's just gonna be something where I play it and go like, it's fun, but I mean, I don't have to play it. But you know, this is my first Souls game that I'm actually gonna be able to play from release, so I want to play it from release. Listen to stream in the background lately, and now I see I have to thank someone for gifting me a sub. Ah, yeah, well, that's what happens if you hang out in chat. You can find out who it is by clickety-clicking and then finding out. Then it says, if you were to sort of pretend that you wanted to resubscribe or gift a sub, then it also says that who gifted you a sub, so you can see that. But I'm not a content creator, so going ham on Elden Ring isn't overly urgent. That's true. That's true. That is true. It's not that it really matters to me. I mean, I'm going to make content for it, but there's no way that I'll be sort of breaking into mainstream and be the content creator for Elden Ring. There's no way that's going to happen. It just... There'll be a lot of people doing the same, like, oh, top 10 weapons and top 5 secrets, top 7 starting classes. There are only top 7 starting classes. The secret, hidden, mega, ultra, you know, the best starting, you know, there'll be enough of those videos. I'm going to have to be sort of joining in on a bit on that game as well. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, exploring is going to be so fun in Elden Ring. I think so too. I think just the fact that you go in and then you go like, oh, Stormvale Castle. I have no idea what's here. So, do you have a target for this this series? For instance, server modes. Well, I'm now starting working towards the end goal, and the end goal being the phase 4. That's kind of my point. So. Anyway, speaking of that, let's click on continue, and then as it loads, we will just jump into the game. I feel like X turbo modes is such a weird. But then again, you have to sort of come up with an arbitrary goal, and in this case, well, our goal is to start the production of our 60,000 automated wiring today. So that's our big goal for tonight, so we can get that started, and then we'll work on whatever we think is going to be the one that takes the longest from there on, and then probably get some of the other intermediate factories that we haven't done yet, get those sorted. And we're in the game. Now we can jump in. There we go, and I will... Oh yeah! I need to get all my overlays up again here, because I had several electrical breakdowns today. Kind of planned, kind of not planned. I've had some issues with this circuit breaker just breaking. And that's pretty shitty when you have an expensive PC running. And yeah, that's been, yeah. So I've had today I've had an electrician coming in, and so he was like, I think it's the pump for the ventilation on the bathroom, and I was like, it's not when that turns on. It's like, nah, I have a suspicion that's it, because it's sucking up moist air, and if it's 30 years old and sitting in then it might just be short-circuiting. And then he went up to... There's apparently... Right there is a secret door to a small storage space above my apartment. I did not know that. Apparently up there's a pump. So, went up there, and then he was like, oh yeah, this needs to go. And it was just, yeah, 30-year-old pump full of water. Not a big surprise that it was short-circuiting from time to time. So I got that changed, and I got some other circuits changed. So all good. Hopefully it works. But while he was doing it, he was like, I'm not going to cut the power. Don't worry about it. Oh. So, yep. Time to buy a UPS? Maybe. I mean, not now, because now it works. All right, so this is where we are. We are building an automated wiring copper, automated wiring rubber. Those are the ones we want inbound. And we are going to a wiring. There. There's a space. There you go. Completely different. It's like the PC backup. You already had a crash. Why would it happen again? Exactly. Anyways, on how to start on get on with perfect factory designs. Yes, I do have. Der YOLOist. You can check out. I have a video called Perfect Start, which is pretty much, in my opinion, the perfect start. I often get overwhelmed with perfect designs, and I'm redoing my first factory 3 to 5 times. Yeah, don't do that. You redo it once. You build some crap on the ground, and when you start building on foundation, that's gonna stay for the rest of the game. The stuff I built on my first is behind the green tower, and that's the first thing I built on foundations, and it's still there. Hello, Yukip. Have you already fully evolved the turbo fuel tower? No, I have not. I did not have electricity today, so without electricity, there is not much gaming going on. Okay, so here we have the start of our build location, and it's going to be big, so let's get some power down here so we can actually get some there. And I'm probably all right, so let's figure out what it is we want. We want to have, this is it. We are here to make some automated wiring. This one is taking 50 per minute and 2.5 here. So if I do these two, and this one will also be the same.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Digital Wolf. Thank you for the 17 months. Hello, Sir Lucky. Welcome. First time viewer. Welcome to the chat. And here I will do insulated wire. Because that generates 100 per minute. That means this one can feed both of these. Oh yeah. And it'll then need 45 wire. 45 wire. That's not 45. That'll have to be 2 of these. So this is going to be the setup. I'll have one line out here with copper ingots. Then I'm going to have a line in here with rubber that goes in here. Then I'm going to have this one split into these two. And I will have another line in here with the stators. And then I'll have it outbound here. That's pretty good. And it's also pretty obvious that I can't have this double and then feed it into a main line in the middle. It's just too big. What person in their right mind would ever produce that much, right? I don't know. Anyone who wants to achieve the phase 4 goal. So yeah. Okay, so let's see. This will be the outbound. If I bring everything this way, then I can build one. I can hook up that one. And then I can extend it while it's still churning. That might be a thing, right? Hello, Sachmo. Thank you for joining. Welcome, long-time viewer. Any suggestion on how much of each item to produce per minute early and mid-game? No. I don't know. It's because a lot of it is also like... let's say, how many reinforced iron plates do you need? Well, depends on whether you're going to use reinforced iron plates as a main component for, I don't know, modular frames, for example. Or you're going to make steel modular frames. If you do that, then you don't need it. Or, you know, there's just so many choices that it's really hard to do that. I am usually the way I design it is, what is my fastest belt I have available okay, let's bring one of the items in at that speed, and then that dictates how big it's going to be. It's a pretty simple way of doing it, but when you start building rotors, then you see, okay, if I get, I don't know, I'm just ballpark numbers here. Okay, if I only have Mark II belts, then I can get 120 iron in on a Mark II belt. All right, well, how many rotors can I do? I can make 6 rotors per minute. All right, I guess I make 6 rotors per minute. And then if you have a bit of foresight, then you just leave it open so that when you have Mark III belts or Mark IV belts, you can just extend it further down and then scale it up. It's kind of how I do it. Or in some cases, if I'm going like, yeah, 6 rotors per minute, not going to cut it, I'm going to double it and then sort of go from there. Good evening, Chris. How are you doing? How are the small wolves doing as well? The big wolves and the small wolves. Hope everyone is okay. Doing. Let's try that one. And then here. Let's see. This one will be. I think the answer is 1 in. Perfect. And I think this one wanted to go back. Yeah. Small wolves doing okay. Me on the other hand, not so much. Well, sorry to hear that. But hey, I think we all rather want that than the other way around. As a parent, we will always happily take whatever illness and then leave the kids, spare them, or any just maladies in life. Still, they're usually tougher than we are, so there is that. Oh, that's not correct. Huh. Yeah, that's because I don't do this. We don't do that here. This will then be the rubbery cables, which will then be placed in the middle here, I think. That looks middle-ish, and then it has to be... Is that middle? Doesn't seem middle. Okay, it is. Good. And then I need to see if it fits with this one. Damn, it fits as well. Perfect. And that would then be a merge. Yep. And then after we build a single one of these, we are going to figure out how big it's going to be. So this should be good. Oh, this is going to be 100, so that will be here. Love it that I get these. Ah, man, this is a good design. If I should say so myself. Here. That one comes here. That one's also here. And then... So pretty obvious that I couldn't fit in twice as much here. Right? Why is this one a very weird color? Huh. There we go. Good evening, Omni. Nice work on the EMA. Thanks for that. 1010 would watch another. Cool. Hey, that's as someone said, aren't you doing an AMA every day on stream? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I would if there are interesting questions coming in. So by all means, don't sit there with your good questions or your hot takes or what my hot takes on something and wait a full year until feeding it. I have a pre-prepared rant. It's not really a pre-prepared, but I have a my head is full of a rant that I'm gonna let loose at some point just to test it out. So this one will produce 22.5. There. Alright, so how much does this take? This takes 22.5 plus 22.5 divided by 2 is probably 22.5. So this design here takes 22.5 copper, and it takes 30 rubber. Alright, so it actually takes more rubber than, that's a lot. And then it takes 2 stators, and then it produces, oh, it takes 5 stators. 5 stators, this is a lot. Green beans, yay or nay? That's a hard no. I don't like beans. Well, green beans? I don't know. Maybe. I don't eat beans. Alright. So the hardest constraint here will actually be the rubber. All beans are... Okay, there's one bean I like. That's the baked beans. Though not baked beans, but the guy baked beans. In chat. But I still wouldn't do any beans. Still don't do any beans. That includes baked beans. No coffee? Nope, don't drink coffee. I mean, why do you think I'm chugging these? I wouldn't be doing that if I was drinking coffee. Then I would have a nice mug of coffee. Finally hit 100 hours in the Factorio say. Nice. Currently building my mega base with the help of your mega base and book. Well, at 100 hours, that's a bit ambitious, right? Vanilla is a bean. Interesting. Ah, okay, well then. And there's probably also other things that are technically beans that don't think. I think there was some nut that isn't a nut, but a bean. Huh. I don't know what it is. Well, coffee. Chocolate. Chocolate is not a nut, but a bean. I can eat chocolate, but anyway, let's do some calculation here. So if I take this one divided by 30, this is the absolute maximum. 26 of these builds. If I did 26 of these builds, here's a big calculation. 26 of them, and they each produce 5, then it would actually be up to 130 per minute. That's a lot. Bananas are beans? Are they? Alright, so how are we going to power this one? Bananas have seeds. Casual flying. See, that's a good point. Yes, I think that I actually think that bananas are not what we think. They're just, yeah. Berries. Oh man, this just... I talked to my daughter today about the Dunning-Kruger effect, and that is so relevant right now. That is so relevant. Like, confidently coming in here and saying bananas are beans, and we're like, well, your confidence should not make me want to believe you more or less, because confidence has nothing to do with likelihood of actually being correct. Government speak. Yeah, birds aren't real. I'm like, seriously? Is that a thing? It's a thing apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh damn! This one has way more iterations. Okay, so should we do this kind of old school way of doing it, or should we do another way? Yeah, but then it's gonna overlap with this line here. It's just gonna be awful no matter what I do. We come back to that inevitable question of why are there power lines in this game? They serve no purpose. Alright, how big is this? This is 1, 2.5. No, it's 1, 2, 3 wide? Yeah. I think the next one can actually be placed there. So it's 3 wide. That means I could do 1, 2, 3. It'll be too close to the edge, unfortunately. So we're gonna lose a bit of space here. Yeah. Okay, so the question is now, should I make a power line down here? I guess I kind of have to. Just move it over. I'm gonna have to move half of it over then. Now I'm doing as you tell me, Torment, so it's on you. If this is not working, I'm coming for you. Yeah. Connected. And this one. Yeah. Unexpected. I listened. Yeah, you know what? You had a persuasive argument. There. And then I will be building here. That is middle. No, it's not middle. It's never middle. No matter what I do. It's never gonna be. It is just impossible to hit the middle. There. That one. I don't know if that's I don't know. I'm gonna have like a million of these. Why did I not leave more space for this? What does one man need 60,000 wire for automated wire for? Well, I mean, well, I don't know. No, it's for, if you look top right hand corner, it is a sub ingredient to one of the ingredients we have up there. What? No? How is this not connecting? What is the problem with this? Oh, it's a merger, that's why. Psh. Yeah. So that goes in here. Goes continue in here. Just so that we can start getting something accumulated. It's all good. And then I will just try to build 8. That one. Some power beams. I think I'll build it here. Oops. Should we build it? We don't want to build it 18 high. That's too much. It's too cumbersome. Let's try to just get it like 12. 12 is good, right? Yeah. And then in. This way. How long do we want it? What if we build it on top here? That's probably a good idea. 32, which goes... Yeah, that's not working. If I build it up here, then it's going to be complaining about going in through. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that. Whatever. There. Okay. Let's see. And then where do we want it? Like where's a good? This is a good place, right above that one. Nope. And I'm gonna need to get better power lines. Mark 2 outlet. There we go. Maybe I can take this one out now. Well, that is that's a power pole in the middle of something in here. Yeah. I'm going to take it from here, and it goes to that location. I'm new to this. Learn some tips from your YouTube, and here I am. Hey, welcome. You wasn't crazy. They randomly rotate to. I feel what? Oh yeah, yeah. You don't need to store 60k though. If you start on the yeah, of course. But I also, if I don't, then it's also kind of sad to not store all of it, right? Let's see. Where's the other one? The other one is there. So that's this line. That's going to be right above that one. Copy, paste. And this is insulated cable, and these are iron wire, copper wire, and into 22.5. I love that I can use my commas here for delimiting delimiting. That is so nice. That one and that one. Inbound and inbound. And then my ambition is now to actually fire this up and actually get it working. Interesting. You also don't really like this, to be honest, because it just would make so much more sense if it was out here. But it isn't. Damn it. I'm gonna have to get this one further out. Oops. Because I can't get that line down. I have to get it sort of something like this. Why is it 12 or 13? There. That can't be here. This one can't be here. But I'll then use it as sort of a predator delimitation. 12? Yeah. That's much better. Then it looks like there's a frame in here. I'm framing this build. That makes sense. That could be argued that that's a thing. Good. This one just goes in here, and then we'll eventually get it out. Sure. Let's see. I am going to get one inbound here. That's gonna kind of suck to get it in here. This will be status. And I'll get another one. I'll go from here. Well, that sucks. This is going to be rubber, so that comes from one of the trains. Why did I have to do it that? It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere, but I chose this annoying place. I could be up here, for example. That would have been so much better if I just built it like that instead. But no. Dimlag, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome. 3 months of great content consumption. Thank you very much. Here. On top of that one. Is that now on this line? It's so difficult for me to see if it's on the line or not. It is on that line. There. That's actually really nice. Or since I have this one anyway, I'm just trying to build some kind of thing that is easier to build, and I think this is easier to build because then I don't have to upgrade all of them to Mark II. But also, like, this one is quite clearly not the same location as that one. It's just annoying that it's so difficult. That one and that one. How is this not connecting? Oh, they are connected. But, oh, this one is not connected to that one. Ta-da! Okay, well, I am still going to try to get stuff in. This goes up. Yes, please. And this one now also goes up. Do you have any idea if blueprints will be in? The only thing they've said is they don't intend to do it. So based on that, I don't think we should hold our breath for blueprints. Actually, do I want them to be next to each other? It's probably a bad idea to want them next to each other, but it just looks nicer somehow. Is that? Yeah. There. So this will be copper. And that will be copper, rubber. And I am going to get, for now at least, only one line. So that, how do we do this one line thing? It was all the way in. That one. That one. Hold on, it's this one. And then so this goes out. These two merge in here, then they merge into the second one. This goes in there, there, and then this goes into here. Wow. Yep. So what are all the automated wiring? I'll just show you. Thermal propulsion? Nah, it's not that one. What is it called actually? Oh, director. Assembly director system. So that's this one. I need 4,000 of these. And that means I need 8,000. Is that it? 8,000 of this? Or basically 4,000. Right? 4,000 crafts. And each craft takes 15. So it's 4,000 times 15. That's 60,000. So I need 60,000 here plus 40,000 circuit boards. That's even worse actually. 40,000 circuit boards is even worse. Ah, man. And then a wee bit of computers. Yeah. There's only one recipe for this one, so that's when we get through this one, it's actually going to be circuit boards that will be our biggest hurdle. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to go back and grab some stuff. Let's pretend that we are going to make like a lot of assemblers, and then let's figure out what we're missing. Reinforced iron frames. We're also going to make a lot of these. There we go, 300, 200. Let's say that this is what we want to do, and it means a lot of belts as well. So I need rotors and reinforced plates. That's okay. That's okay. What is the closest thing to that? Nothing is really close to that. Ah, we'll go manual. You can make them entirely out of oil, or you can make them entirely not out of oil. That's also an option. Silica plus something. Need wire too. Yeah, need wire and copper and cable. But right now we're going gung-ho through our... we're driving 121 kilometers per hour, just blazing through all of the red signals. Because, that's not where I wanted to go. Oops. Hope that one of them is empty. Yep, that one's empty. We can go out. This is not going to end poorly, is it? Nah. What could possibly go wrong here? As long as you keep going. If you slow down, it's a disaster. And now I'm actually going to slow down. Woo! Sweet. It works. Hold on here. Actually, let me get some copium after that run here. That was good stuff. And then we go drive. Go, go, go. Look at these derpies. Look, it's not even me doing it. They're just bad. And now we need a... Let's get out of the way of that one. We need some aluminium, Alclad aluminium sheets. And then also some cables and some wires and a lot of iron plates just to make sure that we can build all the stuff we want. And this comes back to the question from someone who was new and wanted to sort of like, it kept redoing the initial factory. This is my initial factory. And this is the best type way of parking. Oh, that's interesting. Guys? Well, isn't there a respawn option? Respawn. Oh, if I do that, what happens then? So where's my my box? It's right below the toilet, right? I was right here, wasn't I? I don't know. I don't know where I was. I was inside something. Maybe I was inside this part. Let's see where the box is located. Box is located this way. Box is located this way. Still located this way. In the toilet. Now it says the... Where's the box? Damn, I can't see a damn thing on this overlay here. Where's my box? Where's my box? There's the box.
Our illustrious champion returns.
I'm gonna have to deconstruct this.
Home.
I don't know where I was. So the box is still this way. Right? I can see it. I can see it there. Well, I can't see it, but I... Shouldn't it be down here? I should be looking at it. Or it should be like inside the wall here. This is less than I have never seen this before. Did not know that existed. The dog shit frontier adventure. I don't see a box. That's the problem. Well. There it is. Then the question is, will I ever be able to place the hub in a way that I'm going to be truly satisfied with? Most likely not. From now on, the hub will always be like, I don't think it was quite there. Okay, it can only be here. No, it could be there. Or it could be here. Or it could be... No. Ooh, let me click on that one. And okay, so I guess the starfish parking was not an absolute success this time. Not an... let me take some more copium. That was good. We needed that. Alright. No one will ever know that happened. Add more bumpers. Nah. Oh no. Oh no. I got lazy. Oh, I got lazy. Oh, why am I always lazy? Ah. Damn it. So what I need to do now is actually going over and getting some more aluminium, and therefore I'm kind of emptying my inventory first, so I can do that. I need 15 of these. What? Do I need 15? Nah. Okay, so I can build this. That's all I need to know. Let's be super ambitious. That was maybe... Off we go. Well, I was just checking for alligators in the crawl space under our hub, because that's a thing. Can't believe I did that. Hello, Mr. Mean. Hello, BGOP. Ah, man. This just turned into just being a distraction from a distraction from a distraction, as always. I just needed a few things, and then I accidentally killed myself under my hub. No, go faster. There we go. Hey, Sanas, thank you for the 3 months. On a 3-month streak. Thank you very much. Good for the content. Yeah, that's it. Failures content too. Che Guevara, aluminium plant. Awesome. And I'm just gonna go here and pick up everything and go back. It so annoys me that it's still the closest one. Hey, welcome, Kumikota. Thank you. Have you ever thought into playing Space Engineers? I've thought about it and I've decided against it. No interest. Are the things still active in the aluminium factory? I don't know actually. They might be. That's okay. I mean, as long as it does. Whoa, whoa! Look at the busyness of the train network suddenly. Got 20-minute flight ahead of me, bummer. Oh, wow. What? How did that happen? How did that happen? Green lenses, right? Green lenses. Always them green lenses. Hey, we can see the turbo fuel tower back up there, and we can see the plastic tower reaching up. The rubber tower is not as tall, but it's gonna need to be expanded as well. Ah, man. So does the turbo fuel tower as well. That needs to be getting boosted. Look, we have now... look at how well designed this is. at the top of the roof, I have just enough space and a bit more for 3 more. 3 roboports, drone ports. I love this train network. It's so cool. And oh, he's still. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. And back. So what I'm going to do is, since I'm coming up on my break, then I will be just putting these things in. So I can get started on chopping up my alclad aluminium sheets while I take a break. So that they at least have those 2 minutes to chug along here. That one and that one. Yeah, so it goes into this, which is overclocked, the white color. And then it'll be, how fast is it producing? 75 per minute. So I should have 150 when I come back. Ooh, that's not much. Then let's take a break and then see how many we have when we come back. 171. Yeah. Takes forever to get that out to save by now. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining, and see you in a bit. And welcome back. Good to see you all here. Let's see how many we got in the meantime. Didn't I say 150? So that must be exactly 2 minutes ago since I started this up. Unfortunately, this doesn't really bode well if this is all I have. Well, let's get all the other stuff and then come back to that one at the end. Alright, so a question for our Dyson Sphere program is playthrough starting tomorrow, in case anyone was wondering. Yeah, so should we do some interaction? Should we do Patreon interaction, or should we do some Hype Train interaction? Because I kind of want to do something, right? If we have it, then I wonder what that one's for. Probably nothing important. That distraction from the distraction, and build a drone port to get the aluminium here. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool idea, but not really. The funny thing is, I have aluminium ingot. I don't have aluminium ingots on drone port, but I should have. If you'd reminded me when I was up there, then I would have done it, right? How about a vote on it? No, I don't want to vote on it because it's not something that's. No, it's something I'm just looking for qualitative input, not quantitative, because kind of silly to do a vote on it because it's not. No vote. It doesn't make any sense. We need a lot of this. Need more cables because we need like a lot of cables. And maybe some more of here. Don't know what that's for. Not really anything, because I'm also going to get it anyway, so. I can also get cables, but I can't get more of that one. Do we have a bit of concrete? Yes, we do. It's just like, what do we think? Simply that doesn't really make sense what you're saying there. As general as an idea it is, because factories don't really have names on it, and I don't really think that's worthwhile. I'm just kind of thinking what makes sense. And I think we'll go back. Yeah, let's go back. They're completely under control. No panic at all. Oh no, they have different names. Ah, this is a disaster. If you're doing the no foundation achievement, then there isn't much reward you could give out though. Sure there is. You get your name on a planet and it'll always be like, ah, damn it, baked beans is not working again. Let's go figure out why baked beans is not working. All those damn green engines called electromagnetic turbines. Right? That's a reward, being yelled at on stream, I guess. So you can't really have I don't really think that makes sense to have more than one name. I know that color-wise. But no foundation means no color. No foundation is only until we get the first completed, and I'm not exactly gonna rush it, but on the other hand, I'm also not gonna not rush it. So I'm not gonna be expanding a massive empire until we have the achievements, because basically what I want to do is I want to make sure that we are focused on getting. The first thing we're gonna do is we will be focused on getting the mission completed, because once we have the mission completed, then I'm allowed to use solar sails, because not running with solar sails is pretty annoying, and then I'll also be allowed to do foundations. So it's going to be pretty much just using our first planet, maybe the second planet, try to figure out a way without leaving the first system to get to mission complete, and once we have that, then we're going to start turning it into a nice planet. Damanus, I mean, someone paid, I know I'm not Amaranth, but someone paid Amaranth $8,000 for her to say, get your shit together, you loser. That's pretty, and of course she did it. And multiplayer megabase with Jira, yeah. Thank you for joining, Yokip. Alright, we go down here. Oh, we were building this plant. How many bits for you to yell at random subs? You know what? I'll yell at people for free. That's just how nice a guy I am. But in all seriousness, I don't like that kind of content. It's not really my style, and you will also see that I don't do those kind of things. Oops. I generally dislike that idea. And the reason why is that it gets uncomfortably close to prostitution. Okay, so how much would you need to do this thing? Okay, but how much would you need to do this? And then it sort of becomes like a paying the streamer to do stupid things, and There are a lot of streamers who will do that, and yeah, not this one. I can humiliate myself without being being paid for it. But it's also like I did consider like at some point like, oh, if we reach 1,000 subs, then color your hair purple. Woo, yeah. Good thing we didn't do that. It's this one, right? Yep. Yeah. It's pretty good. That rubber coming in. And no, that's actually that's not rubber supposed to come in there. Whoops. Oops. Oops. Damn. Rubber's coming in on the next one. Too long. Okay. I have a problem with this one. This one needs to go all the way down there. Because it needs to go to, or come from, the roboports, or whatever, the drone ports that it'll be placing here. That I don't have enough resources for. Unless I destroy the... Oh, now I remember. Ah, I'm falling. Ah! Damn it. And I'm auto-saving. One, 2, 3, and then we have the problem with this one. It has 3,300 batteries. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Drum board. So this will be batteries, maybe? No, it won't be batteries. Batteries will be the one that's further away. So this will be the output. That means this will be the yeah, whatever. And this will be the status that I'm requesting. And that's not good. There's a space. Here, that's the status, and this will then be the batteries. How can I not afford? Alright, good night, BTOP. I want to go up there. Damn. I can't put any more in here anyway, so. Might as well. And then get this. And then one more. This is the final output. This is the batteries. So I'm going to call it wiring battery 2. Automated battery wiring 2. Crap. Because that one is called 1. And this one's called automated wiring spoken truth. How big and complex is Satisfactory versus DSP? Equally complex in different dimensions. Automated wiring. What's a stator? What? Is there a gap? Oh, there's a gap. No gap intended. Battery. I could just deliberately misspell it like this. Now I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do here. Now here is a thing that I might be able to do. That one. Couldn't I just request it from there? I think I could. If it's powered, that is. Okay, so the question is, are you going there? So the intention is that I'm going to empty this one up here, so I don't consume from this from that location, but instead consume from this location down here. No, there was a gap. There was a gap, and I fixed it. There was a gap here. Let's see. Is it going down there? There it is. All right, so it'll start just funneling all of the crap that's in here into that one. Good. And this will be outbound, so I will do and this one will be inbound. Then the question is, wouldn't it then be easy for us to just go, instead of actually going at above ground for this, which I always do, but I don't really need it if I can just get it here. I know I don't need that, but it just looks consistent. So it goes out here, puts it into itself, puts it into this one, but does not put it into this because this is the provider. Providers do not get anything. Automated wiring. Good stuff. Do we have anything? How much in this? It's not working. Why is it not working? Ah, it's because it's trying to go here, but this is on the inbound one and not on the outbound. There. So basically I need to move everything over to, yeah, works. There. And then I guess I can, how much space do I have left? A bit. Let's get some of this out. Someone's got to clean up this mess we made here. And this one. Maybe not actually. Okay, and do you have... Yay, 1800. Perfect. Alright, so this is something. Gotta work and tend to kiddos and other responsibilities. Yeah, I can imagine that there's just only so much time for gaming, and then you just gotta figure out when that is gonna happen. Alright, so here's the thing. I think I'm gonna change this. Yep. Where's the... There. I'm gonna go this way instead. So it goes down here, all the way to the back. And it goes, this is going to be status. I want status go in here, and I want the other one to go in as well. And then this will then be rotated the other way. Where is it? There it is. And here. And that goes all the way over here. Seriously. It's never enough. Okay, so now it goes around here, and why is that a good idea that it goes behind? Because it needs to go in, and this one will then be able to go straight in there to get to the stage location. These here will somehow probably be going back and back and back and back, and then somehow from here conveyor merger going towards me. Me. Is that correct? Oh no, it's not correct. That means I actually have to go almost went like, yeah, it doesn't have to be a 90-degree turn, but pff, of course it does. There you go. So that goes out here, and yeah, not great. I really wanted it here. Screw it. We'll just make more of these. Maybe I'm overdoing it. I don't know. So it goes into one, and it can go. What is a good way of doing this? In, over, up, over, up, over. Yeah, something like that. And I don't need this tower. Okay, so it goes and then up. Here. Yeah, I need to illustrate it for myself. Ugh. Okay, so from here it goes that one. And on the side it goes one up. Then it goes backwards. And then it goes one up. And then it goes here. And then damn it. Whole point was that I didn't have to go into trouble with that one. Not happy. Okay, so that's the middle. Okay, so interestingly enough, this is actually not the middle. It's actually one in from the middle, so it should be here. I'll do that. All right. And then it's ready to go. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. But what if it's different? Right? What if I don't do this? Maybe I'll try not picking the whole thing out. What if I did this one goes in there? Would that make any difference in terms of... It would be so damn close. So damn close. So I think I can actually just get it a bit closer and then they'll be fine. The only problem is now it's going to get into trouble with this one, right? Why 60k? Because that's what I need for the 4000 director machines things. Okay, let's see. So this one would go in. And then it would go across on the back side. And then it would go up on the side, which kind of gets in trouble. That's the point, right? It is going straight through this one. And that's the problem. But that problem could probably be fixed by not having them right next to each other, right? Keep going. Keep going. Come up with new and interesting ideas for how to solve this problem. That one. So now I need to go from here to here. That's clean. Then it goes up. Then it's inside this. Then it'll go from that one. Then it'll go from. See, that's exactly high enough that it's not a problem. And then it'll go from here to here. And then it'll go from here to there. And we're going to remove this one anyway. So it's actually good. Perfect. Good. We found a solution. Ah, shoot. That one goes out. That one goes out. And then, okay, so it goes in here. And this is 2,400, 4,800, 6,200, 7,200. That's 14,400 I can store in this location. That's not much. Okay, so this was good. And now I need to get these two as far down as I can. And let's see, this is the first one is going to be the status inbound. Okay, let's get the status inbound. My idea, contrary to how I usually build it, is that I want everything to go in first. Or I want everything to be built in the beginning.
Back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
Philippos,
appreciated.
thank you for joining. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Oops. Why did I not sort of anticipate any of this at all? How are they just so close to the right way? Huh. Or the right place? Suspicious. This one is good because it can go to that one and turn in. Perfect. This one is bad. Like really bad. Because it is one tile off, and that's the worst possible location and worst possible way that it can be off. No way of fixing one tile off. So it has to actually has to be like really, yeah, bad. Bad solution in every way. Whoop. What? There, and then reverse. Yes. Here's my hole for peeking through. And if this goes okay, that should work as well. Ta-da! So it works. Let's see, this one is the batteries, and we have moved all the batteries. Yep. You're going to be removing that one, and then I'll go down here and take this out. Oh, can I take it? Yes, I can. Perfect. This one can now be called the correcting automated wiring battery. Where are you going? You should not be going anywhere. You should not be going anywhere. Where are you going, my friend? Well, nope, you're not going anywhere. The fact that it started flying when there's nothing attached is pretty bad. Good evening, Patrick. Hello, Nusonius. Okay, so this should now be the first one to attach, and that should be attached to the battery build. Just battery. There. So now it'll go over and pick up more batteries. It can't be picking up many more batteries, but it'll try to pick up some. Whoa, outgoing. No. And this one will go to one that's called rubber, but that doesn't exist, so that's good. This one won't be going anywhere because this is the inbound. I will also be getting 2 trains inbound here. Let's see if we can build the trains. I don't think so. Oh, I need to build them over here. That one. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the same problem as always. Missing stuff. Stator, not rubber. What? Oh yeah, this one's going to stator. Yeah, that's even more correct because this train is going to rubber, but stator, yes. So we are. Where are we going actually? We are going to get. We need to go over there to pick up some more heavy modular frames. We could also go to the rubber outpost and then. Hold on. I need to get these colors. It's going to be, I think it's going to be, I have a pink factory over there, but I don't think I have this color factory anywhere. So we'll take this minty color. That's actually a really nice combo that done. Yep, that is mint colored for sure. Looks like a very synthetic ice cream we're eating here. Drones are also going to be brightly colored. Fantastic. Okay, so the point here is this one will actually go to rubber, and then on my way to rubber I'll jump out and set up a jump off at the stator build so I can build a roboport at the state. No, first I'll jump up at the fuse modular frame so I can get that. Then I'll jump off at the stator build. Yes. This is rubber into a wiring. Good. And that is going from rubber and into automating rate. That one is going to be full load 600, full load 600. Save changes. Not firing it up yet because I am not sure these stations are actually set to unload. They are not. Ooh, it's going to be exciting. Oops. And go. Next station, rubber. Okay. It's a nice build. It's a nice build. Hopefully we can just get it going with just a tiny bit and then we can scale it up from there. I'm actually really liking this build where you have stations, something below, even if they're open, because if I look at it, like, this is so much more impressive than just looking at some windows. I really like this build. I don't really think, like, this is also kind of fun, but eh, I just like these open ones because they're not just space platforms, but they have like trains and then a factory below. Very consistent. Also, it doesn't take like an infinite amount of time. And I think infinite amount of time is maybe just a tiny bit too much to spend. You did not hook up copper. No, I did not, because I do not have enough heavy modular frames to do it. So that's why I'm going this way. And I'm going to jump down, set up my car, do some heavy modular frames. And I'm going to go about there. Go down here. And I can't build. Oh, one off. Oh, that sucks, huh? Someone built something in the way. Ow! Okay, yeah, that sucks. Why are the lights not turning on? It's kind of... Oh, it's morning, that's why. Okay. Yeah, it's alright. It's just gloomy here because of... Yeah, the shade. It'll be nice in a second. Still accelerating during the autosave. And we are gonna go in here. Don't slide under. Yeah. And now this data build. Oh, I got an idea. Woo! Oh, there's my train, my rubber train coming in. It's coming right above us right now. Ah. Yeah, I wish they wouldn't. Yeah, the stuttering. Ah, come on. I guess it's an explorer and we really want to explore this. This fence. Guess we wanted to. Woo! Starfish. Okay, so status are here. That means we are going to build something amendment on this one that is going to be a drone port. It seems like really appropriate to put the drone port right there. Weird that this one comes up a bit. That seems incorrect. Let's get rid of that. And I will be building it. But which way though? This way? Nah, this way is bad. This way is also bad because then I'm gonna get into... Yeah. It's actually... All of the options are pretty bad. Huh. I guess I have to build it this way. It's actually not bad. I think it's actually okay. Considering how this generally is built, then I think that's an okay way of doing it. Just need to figure out a way to get... I'm pretty sure these are this hanging out by this... No, they're not hanging out by the same amount. Of course they're not. Of course they're not. That would have been too simple. But they could be, right? They could be. Okay. Merge. Oh no! Ah, inventory. Yes. Let's just... Oops. Looks about right. Punch a hole. Punch another hole. Yep. And... that one. I think this is the way I want it. Good morning, Everlist. Don't think I like that. No. Okay, and it's not powered because it's not... Well, it's not... Yeah. There. And this one is going to be called Stator. And... Whoa! Okay. Pick it up. Okay, of course. Let's see, what is... Does this one need anything? No, it doesn't. It's getting stuff inbound as well as it can. Oh yeah, lights. This light here has to be connected to that light. Otherwise there's a broken connection somewhere. And this does not seem to be super nice. It's actually really awful. Wonder... Oh yeah, I wonder if that was a bad idea. It was. Damn. There. This one unfortunately kind of has to go. Maybe not. Not if I build another one right here. Or here maybe. And here. It feels kind of weird, but okay. Then I'm gonna take this out. It has to be two separate networks. That's just how I want it. There. This is good. It's got stuff. It's status. It's drones. Nothing comes in. It's good. I fixed it. Oh, I probably also have some status in my inventory. Good. So I can pick up. There. Alright. I think that works. Don't think the drone port should be on an even ground. No, I don't think so. I don't think that makes sense in this case. This one is now built as part of the factory. If I sort of elevated it to randomly up here, it would just look like very, very silly. Right, I think that's actually that. Let's build a train and go back and build. Actually, we could build the train we're looking for. There. Okay, so this train will be called copper to a wiring.
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken
Copper.
ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
That one. And go.
Comply.
Oh, Stefan, aka Woody, good evening. Did the fourth wagon connect? Nope, it did not. Thank you. It'll connect now. Nope, it actually won't. Didn't even connect now. You think it connected? One, two, three, and 4 wagons. Thank you. Connect rolling stock. Yes, the most useless hotkey in in Factorio. Connect rolling stock, or unable to connect rolling stock, or unable to disconnect rolling stock. It's like, what? Gotta go. All right. Good night, Omni. Thank you for joining. I mean, I'm quite happy with our little factory out here. It's a nice factory to build, and we're gonna be scaling it up. First, we're gonna bring some copper in, and when we get the copper in, it is not gonna work because we still don't have the status coming in by drone. So that will be the next big thing. Go through, yes. And our nice little copper facility. 3,000 copper per minute. Fairly decent. And also providing a tiny bit up to our drones, should we need somewhere where we need the drones for something, or need a bit of copper for something. And that should be like a clean node. So lucky that they have the containers in the right size and right color. So lucky. Ah, does the last job have the paint job? That's a good point. Good point. Let's remember to do that when we come back. When we start unloading at the station, we're going to be jumping out anyway, so let's get the paint job done for the last one. It's correct. Absolutely correct. It's a much longer drive than it is as the crow flies. Ah, yeah, I know. We forgot to put in. We did not put any signals around them, so yeah, that's a thing. And then, oops. That's a path signal, right? No, it should not be a path signal. It's just be a normal signal. There. And then I'm going to do signals around Each of these. There. Comes in here, and then it should be able to get all the way in from now. 6,000 rubber, 6,000 rubber. Okay, so it has loaded the rubber train twice, or unloaded or whatever. Done stuff. There. Looking good. Let's get all the rest of it on this level also painted. Such a small effort, but let's be consistent. And it's being unloaded. Ah, Miami Vice color scheme. That's exactly what it is. That looks like it's not connected. Some details are missing, yes. Now, is this just matching? No, it's not matching. It's everything but matching. Ah! How is this just so close and yet absolutely so far? That has to be the worst way this has to be solved. One tile. Not connected. It doesn't need to be there, right? Yeah, it does. Oh, I think it's because I wanted one here and then I wanted one there and then that's how I did it. Oops. What the hell? Copper ingots, do I have any? Yes, I do. Outwards. One, two. That looks better. I mean, it doesn't look better, but it is better because it should work. Let's go. Hello, Majin Goku. Good evening. But the good thing is now it fits down here. Boop. Beautiful. And I should be able to take all of this out. Working. Okay, so now everything should be working. So let's have a look and see if that is actually the case. I'm getting a tiny bit out here, 22. I'm just going to junk that in here. And that will slowly get into this one. It's coming in at 45 per minute, which is exactly what I'm getting here. Very slowly. Yay! I don't have anything on this belt. Why not? Oh, right, because that's the status that we haven't requested yet. Damn, not you. Ah, the classic Satisfactory soundtrack. And this will be status. Status have to go to... There's one called Stator. How lucky that is. Alright, so what are we going to do? We are going to stand here. Stand. Float. And I'm going to save 172 and then take my next break. How are you floating? Is that a cheat? No, it's not a cheat. Do you see the things I'm holding? That's a hovercraft. Lower right left hand corner, it's a hovercraft. Why would you assume cheating? It's not... Why do you assume cheating first? Anyway, I'm gonna take a break, cry myself over being called a cheater, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. Okay, so there's always something really interesting about people's preconceived notions, right? You always come in with something. Like, here's a... I did an experiment on a friend of mine. I had a long time ago, I had a... on my way to school, I experienced something that not so cool. So anyway, talked to a friend of mine, friend as an acquaintance, let's say that. And I said like, oh yeah, so on the way to school, driving the kids to school, there's this, I can't remember, let's see if they get the sequence right. There's this person that fell on the bike right in front of me. And my friend said like, oh, that's not good. And she was like, so I go out and help her. And she had a bit of trouble understanding me because she wasn't Danish. I was like, then her comment was like, then you should have run her over. Like, then I added more, but she was with her kid, and he was like, then she flipped again and went like, oh, is she okay? And it was just really obvious that if it was like, oh, it was a foreigner, then just run them down. And it's just interesting. That's why I'm saying acquaintance, because I don't tolerate that kind of attitude among my friends. I don't call them friends if they are behaving like that. But it's interesting how people's preconceived notions. So she went in there with a notion that, hey, if it's a foreigner, it's bad, right? It's called racism. Let's draw a little parallel. If someone comes in here and the first thing on their mind is, hello Stream Deck, there's someone who is doing something I haven't seen before. Now I haven't played this game a lot, but this is weird. They must be a fucking cheater. That tells a lot about the person asking the question. More than it tells about anything else. So, on that note. Maybe don't assume so much. That was a little story time. Let's see if this actually got out. It did. It's discrimination. Alright. Potato, potato. There is a bit more context in the Danish, and I just wanted to be even more certain that I did not say anything that I shouldn't say, so let's just say it was someone not Danish, and that was the one she was reacting to. But in this case it was blatant racism. It's also like if someone goes to an exam and your question is, did you fail? Or the question was, did you pass? It's the same question, but your assumption about the outcome is pretty evident in the way that you're asking it. I think that's interesting. Is failing to park the car. It is of course a woman. Is that and then you can just go like the statistics, and so you go like, it's funny how it's always young men who are just overrepresented in the statistics. And then the counter argument was like, yeah, of course, it's because all the women are driving right in front of them, so they get into accidents. But men in their 20s, they are not as good drivers as they think they are. And goddamn, they think they're great drivers. That's also like the question of just, it's okay to ask someone, hey, did you lose weight? But it's not okay to say, oh, you've been packing on a few more pounds since last time. That's just, yeah. That's, again, like, questions don't ask like, oh, so you're pregnant. No, just corona fat. Just a corona baby. Yeah. Don't ever, even if you see a woman on the maternity ward, don't ever ask if she's pregnant. Just always just, no, don't even go there. Just never make any assumptions. Just let someone else tell you and go like, oh, okay, well, I thought so. I lost weight during Corona, even though I barely moved. You didn't even move your ass to the kitchen and to the fridge and empty that. Well, that's probably why. Weight loss either. It's sort of a polite way of saying, dude, you used to be fat. That's true. That's true. That's also like, it's better to just not go there. That's like the more one of my I mentioned it a few times because it's that like one of my absolute least favorite things is this social convention that apparently it's okay to tell people they look like shit. I don't know why that's a thing. Maybe it's just our rude, direct, overly direct Danish culture that sort of says that that's okay. Show up to work. It's Monday morning. Ah, you're tired. Of course you're tired. It's Monday morning. And then your colleagues go like, "Wow, you look like shit." Like, in what world is it okay to say to your colleagues stuff like that? It's just not okay. Because what are you gonna see? You're like, no, I'm feeling perfectly normal. It doesn't get better than this. You're kind of forced to be like, oh yeah, well, yeah, I haven't slept well, and because you can't really be like, you kind of have to agree to it, even though you don't feel anything different, because otherwise you like social conventions and all. Just say you look good. Yes, you look good. Great. Are you hitting on me? Majin Goku, what are you saying? Like suddenly, like, out of the blue, military. Military what? Once I asked some girl about her pregnancy, and well, I shouldn't have asked. Oh, wow, yeah, Mr. Timmy, that's one of those mistakes you will definitely only do once. From now on, you will never ask that question. You will always just be like, and then just kind of, do you want a drink of wine? Glass of wine? No, I'm pregnant. Ah, of course you are. Forgot that for a second. Gotta find some clever way to sort of sneak it in there. You look good. I have a boyfriend. All right, good for you. Then suddenly you don't look so good anymore. Just struck me. Actually, you're not nothing special. I don't know why that would be a good place to build it. Which, by the way, it isn't. So just maybe on that one, I guess. On that one. It's weird. Why do I even do that? There. And oh. Woo! I just doubled it. I just doubled the production. Yay! If I want to compliment on appearance, I try to make it more like, that tie's a nice color. Really? Really? Because that's not a compliment. I mean, it is, but it's a very generic. That's like, that is just making polite conversation. But the funny thing is, and this is one thing that I'll give this to anyone who's younger than me. Here's an advice. Compliments are pretty damn cheap. I get that. I've just noticed it a lot that if you meet someone as a man, if you see a woman in a social, yeah, any kind of social interaction, a party, as back when we had parties and stuff, right? Then if you just say, oh, hey, it's been a while and you look good. That's a very, very cheap compliment. It's even better when it's correct. But it doesn't have to be. I mean, obviously, it's just maybe that came off wrong, but just, I mean, giving people compliments, even though it's not like, it's not a big thing, but people like being complimented. For example, in my previous job, I never, ever got a compliment. Never, ever. It was to the point where when I started streaming and stuff, it was so overwhelming that people just actually said that they liked the stuff because I just hadn't experienced that. It was completely foreign to me, and I sort of had, like, the only way that people would compliment would be if they wanted to achieve something. Like, oh, you look handsome today. It's like, all right, what do you want to achieve, right? What do you need an extra day off or what? There's got to be some kind of ulterior motive, because no one's nice by themselves. And I talked to my boss about it, and in a slightly different context, but I understand his it wasn't in that context, but it was in the context of, we just gone live with we made some improvements over a period of time towards the stability of one of our legacy systems. It sucked. It was always unstable. Everyone always spent like Friday evenings to fixing things so that we could get sort of the week's work done. And then I was like, all right, we got to do something. And we did some changes and over 3 months, and then we monitored. And then after we'd run for 6 months without any interruption, I went like to my boss and said, you know what? We should buy a cake for the team and go like, yes, when we next have a meeting, which is my big cake, and invite the CEO of our business unit and come and say like, hey, we're celebrating that we haven't had a major incident in 6 months, because we used to have a major incident every week. And then we didn't have one for 6 months, which was the first 6 month period in the 30 year of the company, of this product, that we didn't have major incidents. And then my boss was like, but what if we get one next week? Then it's gonna look bad. I'm like, but we still had 6 months of good times, and you're afraid of giving a compliment to the team because you might have to retract that compliment next week. But like, come on. And I think that's a prevalent attitude that, oh, I don't want to give a compliment because what if I need to scold them afterwards, and then it's gonna look bad. So I find that it's easier just never giving a compliment, because then I'll never have to sort of be in that ambivalent situation where I just first complimented them, and then next week I go, that's not good enough. Get your shit together. I was like, wow. So I think that's, I honestly think that's, when I understood that, there's a few things that I think this is a prevalent attitude in corporate life. For sort of a boss, it's a boss attitude. Don't ever compliment anyone, because you might need to fire them or give them a scolding next week. Yeah, company cake parties. Yeah, I know. I know. Cake parties are it's the only thing we were sort of allowed to do, and it was like nothing was allowed to cost anything, so you couldn't do anything like serious, and you could definitely not give a bonus to the people who were involved in this. So, and it was just like, what I wanted to do was, I wanted to get the CEO of our business unit, who was always like, of course, far away from my team specialists, and the only way they ever heard of him was that, oh, he's roaming the halls looking for someone to blame. And it's like, that kind of sucks if they get the impression, because he was a really nice guy and he was not someone to be feared. So we wanted to actually say, hey, come meet the team when we have something happy to celebrate, instead of it's only when there is something bad happening that he's like, what is that specialist called again? So, but anyway, the point was that it was pretty obvious that there was some kind of like never compliment, because you're you might have to retract it next week. Working towards space elevator parts. Absolutely. So we heard a sound from maybe a patron. It would be nice if there was a new patron. It's been a bit up and down. That is, looks like a upgrade maybe. Let me see. Yeah, it was Ghost Dog. Thank you very much for upgrading from a Protector of the Path to a Knight of the Path. Thank you very much. You do 99 things perfect and one thing goes wrong and all the focus on the wrong thing. Exactly. It's just... And the thing is, like, it was like that. It was completely unheard of, like, celebrating not having an incident. That makes no sense. Like, I think it actually makes a lot of sense to celebrate not having an incident, because that's pretty nice to not have an incident, a major incident. Lots of incidents, but no major incidents. Scolding company is also part of holding someone accountable in a way. Sure. Yeah, gotta keep the morale low. I love, yes, exactly, Valkyrie Wraith. Just keep the morale low. Make sure that your employees think they're shit at their jobs, so they don't think that they can ever get anything. They should feel that you're doing them a favor for keeping them on the job. That is how it should work. Yeah, just keep their morale low. They just break down their psyche to the point where they are just barely coherent, and then you can really, they know they are not worth anything, so they'll not come asking for anything. That's the way. That's the way. Yeah, the beating will continue until morale improves. I seriously had someone in full seriousness not say those words, but he wanted to foster competition and make sure that someone always failed, because that would incentivize people to really put in the extra effort. Like, oh, okay, so you just want to give impossible challenges to people who are already overworked, knowing and wanting them to fail, so that other people could be look like a success in comparison to their colleagues that are failing. It's like, that's not the kind of workplace that I'm running. That's not, no. It's always good to fire some people. It's like to fire under the rest of them. Like, okay, again, you are a psychopath. You should never have a management responsibility. That's the Steve Jobs way. Oh, Milkman. This, oh, I fucking hate that. After that biography of Steve Jobs, there was a trend in management that went like, huh, Steve Jobs was brilliant and an asshole. There must be a correlation. So if I turn up my assholery, I must be brilliant. So I'm just going to be a super asshole, because that must mean that I'm brilliant as Steve Jobs. That's not how causality works. It was really, really obvious that it was just something that aspiring managers and not managers, but more like directors, they've read that book and they went like, all right, I just got to be a bigger asshole than anyone else. Then I'm apparently as brilliant as Steve Jobs. It was disgusting. It's a mistaking correlation for causation for sure. Sea level above are only for psychopaths. You know what? I think that there is a overrepresentation at sea level of people with psychopathic behavior. Now, I'm not no psychologist or anything, but I think that's I think that's likely. Let's say it like that. But all, no. Not all. I I went to a management seminar at the company I work for. So imagine talking about extreme psychopath. He is the guy who coined the term FIFO in the company, and it was famous in all of Danish business. The FIFO principle, which is the management principle of fit in or fuck off. That was his management principle. So if you had any problems, you could just fit into his way or you could fuck off. And I've sat in a meeting where he threatened a managing director for a country with getting fired because he was like, oh, I'm not sure I can get on board with this. And it was like, that's fine. You just take your coat and leave because this is how it's going to fucking happen. I was like, okay, well, maybe it's a good idea anyway. Like, all right. But anyway, so he was standing there and everyone was mortally afraid of him. And he was standing there and talking to us 200 managers, except that his phone clip thing wasn't working. But of course, this was a management retreat, so there were of course some technicians there. So while he was standing there talking, and then the mic went out, so he was just so he just spoke a bit louder. Then one of the technicians, he had no clue who the fuck this guy was, so he went up there, snuck up behind him, put his hand in the pocket of the CFO and started rummaging around for that battery pack to see if he could fix it. That was so funny. Just the psychopath that everyone was afraid of, and then suddenly there's a technician there sneaking up and just fondling him in his pocket, and he was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm just go on. That was good times. Everyone was like, oh my god, oh no, he didn't do that, he's not doing it, don't do that, don't do it. And of course he's just an ordinary guy, because there's nothing, it's not like he's by any means any big or imposing or anything. But yeah, guess this random technician who just worked there and he was just trying to be helpful, so why not? But then again, maybe that's not really super great thing to do, just putting the hands in some strange guy's pocket while he's doing a talk for 200 people and trying to maintain some kind of semblance of authority. That's not the FIFO I know. No, it isn't, but it is. There are two sayings in the company I work for that were sort of always quoted back. And you know, when the CFO says this, and he doesn't have to say it a lot, but he just says it once in a while, and then it becomes like something of a culture, that every level it just becomes like, I'm the boss, so fit in or fuck off. And that's sort of becomes a culture, and it's toxic. And you know, the culture starts with the examples from the C-levels. Bobby Kotick, right? For example. The other one was, back in the days, there were two big transportation companies in Denmark in this business, and there was the big one and the small one. And the small one, the big one was about to buy the small one, and then the small one bought the big one. And just raised a ton of money and just bought the big one, and then went in, and it was a big surprise to anyone. It was one of the biggest sort of hostile takeovers in Danish sort of corporate history, and it is said that the owner of the small company, the one I work for, when he sort of came into the new business, and they were all like, what the fuck, we just got bought up by the company we were supposed to buy it, what the hell's going on? He just went like, I have no idea what you're doing, shut up and make money. And then he left. Again, it says something about the culture. So shut up and make money was also a mantra. When someone's like, oh, but we could improve. Like, what if we use mathematics to do it? Shut up and make money. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of things that could have been a sketch on the IT crowd. It was the good things more than the bad ones. Wait a minute. This is not the good things, right? These are the bad things. They're just funny when you're not longer part of it. That's like, you know, any good stories always involve someone almost getting hurt really bad. but nothing happened. But damn, it was close. But if someone actually had gotten hurt, it wouldn't have been a good story. It's like, oh my god, and he broke his skull and he's now a vegetable. No. But the thing is, like, he jumped down the stairs and oh my god, he just tumbled there. I mean, nothing happened. Then it's a good story. But if he tumbles down the stairs and just never wakes up, then it's suddenly not a good story anymore. So good stories are the ones that sort of almost end bad, but just narrowly missed disaster. That becomes just a good story. Remember that time? Oh man, that was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so there's one more other thing that also was symptomatic for that company that also sort of influenced my part. There was early in my career, just started, and I was a proud civil engineer, and I knew that there weren't a lot of civil engineers working for that company. It was mainly like forwarders, so no, education was not a thing that was sort of widely spread. And then I was like, can I in my auto signature write that I'm a master of science engineer? And then my boss was like, I don't know, they just just go talk to the CIO. I just ask him if he thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Like, oh, okay. So I was like, hey, I was just wondering, would that be okay to put in the auto signature? He was like, well, I mean, if you're not smart enough to get a job and you have to go to school for more years to get a job, then I wouldn't really be bragging about it. Okay, I guess that's a no. So that was the attitude. Education was just, you're not smart enough to get a proper job. And that was the CIO. And it was not a small company back then either. So that's you make me crying. Good. That's the point. We're all here to entertain. You work with some strange people. It's one of the biggest companies in Denmark, and it is absolutely one of the most profitable ones. Ah, that's old. That's old. I was just checking. I love the logic in a bad way. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's also like you're when you hear it, you're so stunned that you're just like, what? That's not how it works. It's not like, oh, I went to remedial classes for 5 years called university. Yep, that's apparently that was how it was perceived. Luckily, that changed. But you know, the great thing about working in a company like that is that you have a set of skills that are pretty damn unique, and it also becomes pretty obvious, sort of, if you get a chance, that sometimes for some type of problems you are the one-eyed king among the blind, because there are just certain things that are so obvious that, oh, this is a simulation problem, and okay, this is just, we can solve this with math instead of just going like blindly feeling our intuition about it. That's I like that. That's much more analytical approach. I mean, my master's thesis for my MBA was a reorganization of the IT. The IT department was 1,200 people at that time, and I did the reorganization the organizational design for it. Workshops, interviews with the C-level management, and wrote a report and presented basically all their ideas collected, and then a year later they presented the new organization. It was basically a copy paste of my proposal. Pretty proud of that. Just, and that was because the alternative was they had someone who could do this kind of thing in-house as the only one who could do that, or they could just hire some expensive consultants to do it. So that's a pretty cool opportunity to get. Always gets a grin from me. I can't help but thinking it was a sea level. Ah, yeah, okay. They're just floating at sea level. Yep, always says family comes first, and he has been the first one I actually believed. Not all CEOs are bastards like this. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's also, but I think that there's a. I also think that, and I don't have any really sort of any data for it, but it's just maybe more of a naive belief. But I also think that it's less CEOs and more like COOs, CIOs, CFOs. CTOs, whatever other C titles, they're the ones who run the inside, while the CEO is the one who founded the company, and then it grew, and then he's basically the one who goes around and kissing hands and shaking babies, and that's basically, so he has to be much more outward focused, and while the other ones, the COO or CFO, whoever runs the shop, is the one who is the big bully. Very often CEOs are charismatic because that's a lot of what they do is outward facing. But I don't know. That's kind of how I feel. But then again, you can also be charismatic and an asshole at the same time. That is not mutually exclusive. Shaking hands and kissing babies. That's what politicians do. Hey, I know one CEO who's definitely not a psychopath. Definitely not. He is an all-round nice guy, if I have to say so myself. Is Ninos a good CEO? Some of his employees don't like him. But yeah, pretty lenient. Oops. I actually really like this way of doing it. Like, every time we build something, it actually starts up. It's really a nice change of pace to do it this way. Like, I like this way of doing it. I think I'll try to do this more. Like, build one, and then if it's something that's modular, and try to just build it like this, so we could just gradually scale up, because that also means that at some point when I run out, then it'll continue to work in the meantime. Right? For example, how many did we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 2.5. That's 30. Yeah. So it's 30 per minute. Woohoo! That's not a lot. That is not a lot. Actually, the only ones I have on my payroll, I don't see them at all. So I guess that's Timbo and Prime Dead. Never see them around. So I guess that's not a good sign. Ow! I'm going to extend this further out, and then we can cut this out afterwards. Yeah. One, two, three. Okay, so there's something is flowing in. That's good. So it is flowing in, but it's not a lot right now. But that's okay. That's the intention is that it'll just keep going. I do love how we started carefully chopping down trees. Now we just blow them up. Yeah, well, that's just how it works. Ooh, look at that. We're almost at 60,000. Yeah, not quite. But no one's coming in to pick it up. That's okay. They will eventually. What are we needing? We need to go back for... steel. Steel beam. Let's go. I feel like eating those trains and drones. The same color as completely artificial sugar candy I ate as a kid. Exactly. They are mint flavored. For sure they're mint flavored. Mint and strawberry. They are very delicious and definitely not good for you. Look at that. A new factory is coming to life. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's actually good. Okay, it was a white train. That's fine. Because we don't. Did the stream hiccup because of the autosave? Yeah, probably. Hey, look at the plastic tower. We're going to need to build a rubber tower as well. Maybe we should consider turn off whether we should have drones here. If I look at the stuff that we want here, will I need to get anything? If I look at this, nope, none of these are requiring steel here. So let's look at the other ones to see if they require steel. This one requires steel beams. So this means we do need steel beams in here. All the other things will... that was the assembly director. What else do we have? We have the nuclear pasta. That's just copper. And that is stuff we have already. Interesting. So this one's actually going to be like the easiest one to make, I think. We just need 1,000 fused modular frames. We have that in storage. We just need 2,000 radio control units. We have that in storage. And then a smidge of copper, and then that's done. So nuclear pasta is surprisingly easy, except that this is done in a particle accelerator that we don't have yet. We can build it one, but where's the last one? There's thermal propulsion. This one is smart plating. Smart plating, smart plating actually is going to be a large number, right? This is 2 propulsion thingies. So I need 500 crafts. So 500, this means in 2,500 of these. 2,500. That means I need 5,000 here. Didn't I build smart plating already? I think didn't I? I built smart plating. Yeah, I did. Okay, so I just need 10,000 of that. That's not much. And the rest here, we don't have. So what we're missing currently, aside from sort of those subcomponents, is turbo motor, obviously. And here, I don't really feel we miss anything because this one is just a subcomponent that we can do. Supercomputers is another thing we don't have. And of course stuff like computers and heavy modular frames. And then circuit boards need a serious rebuild. And then electromagnetic control rods. Those are the things we definitely need to make. And okay, so we do need to build. Okay, let's go up here and see if we can build something up. I love this build. So nice. Oh, so lucky that it's the top one. Ta-da! So just go to the ceiling and figure out from here. Does radiating stuff exhaust when in a truck to be transported? I think so. I found it super convenient to build circuits, high speed, and AI together since they all use the same ingredients if you use the silica recipe. Interesting. Aha. I don't have AI limiters, right? No, I don't have it. I've been pushing it off, so that might actually be a really interesting giant build. Okay, so let's see. This is the output, so it's in the middle of this one. So let's just put this one. It's not coming out right there, but it. It might be something like this, but it doesn't matter. I just want a drone port. Do we care where it goes? Do we want to be like close by over here or something like that? Like this? Ah, I can't build it more than one. Okay, then I'm happy that I'm only going to build one. Then it's not going to be there. Can't see anything. Do you think that's correct? Yes, it is correct. And that is going to be from somewhere in here. Ow. Where would I want it? Can't see where it is. Here? Brilliant. That's where we want it. Is this super important? Didn't seem to break anything, so that was just a redundant one, so that's good. I hope. I don't have a buffer. Probably should have a buffer up here before I build this one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the middle. And then I take this out. And go up. And you will now be called Steel Beam. And it's now ready. So I can now request steel beams from this location, should I feel so inclined. Interesting how, oh, okay, it's slightly going down. So what did I want again? Oh, I wanted some steel. Yeah. Steel beams? Anything else? Probably. But I don't know. Alright, that's enough. Let's go down here and just drive back. Okay, so you're saying high speed is using Caterium and silica, circuits are using copper plus silica, and AI is using copper plus Caterium. So it's copper, Caterium, and silica that we are using. Interesting, interesting. It's all things that I need to build, so that would be really nice. Let's go. Well, copper sheets, yeah, but copper is copper sheets, so. It's so annoying that when you're driving, it would be nice if we could get the N menu up so you could sort of figure out recipes while driving instead of just driving. It's getting pretty crowded out here in this desert, especially with like the small factory down there as well. Outcloud sheets? Huh? Oh right, am I running out of those? Candy factory. And I don't want this one in my hand, so yeah. Sheets. Oh, right. That was the problem with the sheets. Damn. Did not see that. Sorry about that. There were two things we wanted to go back for. And then I go to Crystal Hub, and it still annoys me that that's the closest one. Iceman Tom, good evening. You could build a nice silica factory in the canyon in front of the cave with the quartz nodes in the northwest near your nitrogen station. Okay. I can't scan either, so I just can't figure out where things are on the map while I'm here. And I can at least go to the map, but I can't see anything. You mean like up here? Is there some? Oh right, it's inside the cave. There's something there, right? I think I would need to do like a silica factory, like getting some quartz nodes and then turning all of it into silica and then just exporting silica, because I have a quartz location here, quartz crystal, a bit down. It's in this gigantic cave, right? Can't remember where, but maybe I could do this one for a bit. Break. And silica. These two, are they in the cave? Ah, okay. Interesting. And the cave entrance is over here. Because right next to the entrance is the entrance. I don't know where. Don't know where the entrance is. Doesn't matter. The other side to east. Okay. Yeah. I've never been super fond of those. I think it's There's also limestone nearby. There's always limestone nearby for cheap silica. Ah, that's interesting. We have so many projects in this game. I'm just... Honestly, I'm just really feeling that it's the interest for Satisfactory is waning. That I'd love to keep playing, but I can't play longer than there is an interest. Silica. Let's look at the silica to see what our options are. 3 to 5 or 3 to 7. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. This one seems straightforward. It's in a constructor. It's quick to build. So yeah, I think I'll just do that one. Yeah, I don't think you get a hell of a lot for it, considering that you then need to do assemblers and multiple inputs and all that stuff. That's 5. Looks good. All right, what else do we think we need? We have cables. We can get concrete. We have lots of iron, lots of copper, lots of that. Here. I think we have all we need for this. Yeah. I think we can keep... Oh, let's clear this one. This is annoying. I don't even see it after a while. I think we got what we need. Let's see if we can do it better this time. It's still not. It's Q. Gotta take a bit of practice here, and I misplaced the train as well. Hopefully this will bring a new crowd. Maybe. Is there another update coming soon? I just started playing, so I'm pretty big into it right now. It's a lovely game. It's a very lovely game, but I would not expect an update this side of the summer vacation, to be honest. But I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think September is probably going to be that, and I have no indication except sort of their previous track record. I don't think they're... Oh, it's break time. Yeah. I don't think they have any urgency on delivering the next things, and I can understand why. So also sort of from a let this release just breathe and people get to it, stabilize, get it all of the kinks ironed out, and then add another big release which might be 1.0. I don't know. Is update 6 going to be 1.0? Have they said anything about that, or is that just still us speculating? But it also doesn't really matter, because if you just started playing the game, I can guarantee you're not going to be sort of missing features anytime soon. You might miss specific features, but it's not like you're going to be like, oh, I've done everything. What am I going to do? Because I put 250 hours into this playthrough, and yeah, there's still 20% left that I haven't done at all. So it's kind of a big game. It's much bigger than Factorio in terms of how much time you can spend on it and still do new things, right? And I am not talking about a new build of the same thing, but how long time does the first playthrough of Factorio get? And then in the first playthrough, you're probably not utilizing drones and trains very much. So let's say if you also want to do that, and a couple of 100 hours, I think. But maybe the first, maybe not actually, maybe probably in 100 hours you can be done with Factorio in a sense that, yeah, like I build all the stuff. I tried trains, they kind of work, and I've tried drones, they kind of work. Yeah, build all items, tried different ways of killing biters. Yeah, in 200 hours of Satisfactory, you will not have done everything. I just can't see that happening. Or maybe I'm just super bad at the game. That's also an option. How does it compare to Dyson Sphere? It's different. I don't like these direct comparisons because they're kind of meaningless and to a large extent. Oh, that was a bit preemptive. I don't know. I mean, I think they're different games, but they work on the same principles. There's way more automation in. I think that, okay, here's a hot take about Dyson Sphere Program. After Dyson Sphere Program did what everyone asked them to do, add blueprints, I think the same people who are like, I can't play the game without blueprints, are the same who went like, the game is solved and boring with blueprints. I think it's the same people. I think it's the same people who wanted blueprints, and when they got blueprints, they realized that now they kind of could get done with the game too fast. You know what you call those kind of people? Redditors. Scorch, that's not for you to keep track of. You don't need to keep track of my break. Maybe you need a break as well. But this is the moderators will take care of it. That's why it's a mod command. I appreciate it. It's probably just for being nice, but I really don't want my chat to be like break. Remember to save, because then I stop looking at the interesting remarks. And I know you just want to help. That being said, I'm going to take a break because the damn moderators were asleep. So thank you for reminding me. And there we go. And I will be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll complete this factory, and then we'll be super happy and be done, and wonder what the next thing will be. I don't know. It's probably going to be working towards that giant circuit factory, I think. Anyway, be back in 2. And I'm back. Thank you, Barthik. Thank you very much. And nope, you did not get anything done before I got back too fast. And let's float. But thank you very much. Let's see, what are we talking about? Do appreciate, yeah, just got here at the end of your break. Ah, right. But I do very much appreciate your attempt. It is, I think, I don't know who, someone said that Kibitz wasn't streaming or took his break in January because, well, January is always like a bad month. And I gotta say it's a bad month, but it's totally natural. Also, our YouTube ad revenue is like, even with the same views, you just get no ad revenue there. It's natural, but you know, I'm not gonna just go like, I'm just gonna not stream for that. I can understand it if you want to take a break, take the break while it's your yeah. If you want to take a break, take it while it costs you the least. Makes sense. So no bad feelings about it. But if I'm not gonna take a break, of course I'm gonna be streaming. I'm still gonna be streaming. Of course I'm gonna be streaming every day, always. Hey, it's 1 month of good weather. I think maybe just not be able to get out during that month. Yeah. So it's... So we'll be expecting that January. Probably not as active in... Oh, wow. We're really just feeling that we're missing some power lines out here. Let's get that one at least there so we can float it here. But that's okay. That's okay. Because if there weren't any low months, there wouldn't be any good months. That's kind of how it works with the weather in Denmark. Like people always complain about the weather in Denmark. I mean, at least us Danes do. And the thing is, like, I don't think okay, the place that I can imagine has where it's the easiest to be a weatherman is like maybe like Phoenix, Arizona. It's gonna be hot and sunny and dry. There's the forecast. Maybe that's because that's the reason why they're they are scantily clad women instead of actual meteorologists, or maybe they are scantily clad meteorologists. Don't know how that works. Maybe that works. But it's, if it wasn't for the pouring rain and cold and depressing winters we have here in Denmark, then I don't think we would be so euphoric about the spring. God damn, I love the Danish spring. There's just there's just like May. That's just everything turns green. All the little summer dresses are coming out. It's just man, May in Copenhagen is just fantastic. Good night, Peter Sharp. Thank you for joining. Has similar rainy weather, but with climate change, it's supposed to turn into normal moderate climate. Woohoo! Burn some coal, yeah! Same with April in Paris, as says the song. Don't know the song, but yep, I can probably imagine. It's also like going to Paris for an Easter break. It's probably not the worst place to go. Except it's full of Danes who thought about exactly the same thing. See, that's the problem with Paris. Like, as nice as Paris is, it's just full of tourists. That was my impression of Paris, and I honestly didn't enjoy it, which is kind of ironic because I'm also a damn tourist, but I just felt that there were too many. There were just too many tourists everywhere. So I would say that I don't really enjoy going to these big cities, tourist attractions, because it's just too many tourists. And I'd much rather... Oh, I forgot this one again, didn't I? Yeah. Much rather go sort of out of season to hope to not run into a million Danes if you're just going to some foreign location and want to get a bit of culture. April in Paris. Yeah, okay, but I don't know, Mr. Mia, I don't know if you've sort of caught on, but maybe we don't have the same sort of taste in music, as in you have and I don't. We're like, white and purple look great in the light. Thank you. It's I like it. It's a good default color, but it's also something that needs some accents here and gets a bit more interesting. Oh, we still need some input here. Okay, how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we'll do 10 and then go like, that's it. 10, that means that's 50 per minute. And yeah, let's do 2 more. And we're going down. Autosave. Oh, that's almost perfect with the 40 there. Ow. Oh, actually, I wanted to see if I made a comment on Twitter that I hope to get flame for. No, not actually. A bit. Yeah. It's been one of my pet peeves. So I'll just good night, Patrick. Since we're probably going to be busy tomorrow with actually playing the game, then let me warm up with a little ramble that I've been sort of mulling over. It comes up now and again. I absolutely dislike, not say hate, that's too much, dislike the glorification and celebration of failure. It's a trope in management, and it's kind of being edgy. It's and it's so meaningless. So here's the point. What we've all heard in the corporate world or anywhere else is fail fast and fail forward, and it's okay to fail, and failure is a path to growth, and all that fucking bullshit memes, corporate memes. I don't know whatever the corporate meme is, but that's a corporate meme, and I don't like it. And why do I not like it? Because what always happens. Here's a non-hypothetical example that could be you. You want to achieve something in 2022. You want to achieve plus 20% towards current level. Doesn't matter if it's sales or growth or gains or weight loss or whatever. You want to achieve 20%. And by the end of the year, you've achieved 6%. Well, that's a failure. No. It's not a failure. Failure is good. It's good because we learned so much. So much now that it was all worth it. No, it wasn't. It was not worth it. Let's say I wanted to grow my channel by 20% by the end of the year. And At the end of the year, I've grown my channel 6%. Well, coming up afterwards retrospectively and go like, well, I've learned so much. Yeah, but you learned so much anyway. And if your objective was to learn, couldn't you have done that in less than a year? Because you just wasted a full year just stumbling around blind. And then afterwards you try to sort of salvage it by saying like, oh, but we learned a lot, and that learning is valuable, and that means next year I can take the learning and apply it, and then I'll be even more successful. That is just bullshit, because that's not how it works. If I wanted to learn something, let's say from the perspective of a content creator, I think that I spent all year doing something, and at the end of the year it doesn't work, but then I've learned that what I did didn't work. Well, maybe I should have tried something in January specifically to learn this thing, so that I could spend the last 10 months or 11 months of the year testing some other things, so that I might be able to achieve my target instead of just pissing away all the budget in the project, if that's what you have, and then afterwards going like, well, we learned a lot, and when we start the next project, we're going to be so much faster. I'm like, no, because if the objective was learning, you should have set a target about learning, and that would have cost a fraction of the money that you wasted on this project. Sure, you got some incidental learning, but if the objective was learning, you could have done it better. If you fail, that should be a moment for introspection and reflection about what the hell went wrong, so you can, of course, correct. But it should never be something to be celebrated, because it is a failure. And you can say, well, if you always succeed, then you're not pushing the boundaries hard enough. Again, I think there's a distinction between failure and learning and testing. I am very much for testing. I'm very much for learning. But that's not the same. You can't do a project and when it fails, you just go like, oh, the objective was to test and learn something. No. If you want to test something, you set a specific case for testing, because testing hypothesis is incredibly cheap compared to just running a whole project or running a full year and then go like, whoops, didn't achieve my target. So that's one of my absolute pet peeves, this glorification and celebration of failure, that I really dislike it, because it becomes such a crutch for the people who should be fired for the failure. To be perfectly honest, if you are getting a budget for a massive project and you absolutely fail it, and then you go like, ha, but we learned a lot. Yeah, that's good. But the organization is so much wiser, and we'll have learned so much not to do that thing again. Which of course is correct, but you could also have learned to not do that thing in the first place without completing the project completely. So I think that it doesn't, and that doesn't mean that I don't fail. I do, and it is a natural part, and it is also worth learning from failure. But it should not be sort of glorified as oh, we just set a lot of boats in the water and some will come home. Like, maybe figure out why your boats are not coming home instead of just throwing more boats in the water. At least that's how I would approach that specific problem. So, what do you think? Don't mind the fail fast. It's a way of saying don't spend all your time on something that may not work out. I'm sure other people interpret it differently than me though. Yeah, but okay, I understand and I agree with the sentiment, but I don't like that the achievement is the failure. That it becomes like it, and I've seen it be with like, well, that didn't work. Well, that's cool because we are about failing. We're supposed to be failing 80%. So yeah, like no. That's unhealthy. If you go the other way and go like, all right, we want to test if we can build this product with this technology. What is the least amount of work we need to do to test this? Okay, well, you can one developer, you can get a week to see if this technology is mature enough to use for this product. Work. That is a test. It's a hypothesis, and it's not a failure. It is an outcome of a test. It can either be yes or it can be no. Neither of them are a failure. Not reaching a result, that's a failure. But a yes or a no is not a failure. It is just the outcome of a test. And that's what I think. And therefore, I think it's very much the articulation of it where it becomes like, this celebration of testing as if that was a celebration of the failure, as if that was the achievement. Especially because it might be something, if you're really into lean startup, then you are very familiar with the concepts and the implications. But when you start talking to people for whom this is new, they're not going to get it. All they hear is just you saying that failure is good, and they go like, okay, well, fair enough. The next time I failed because I was bored or lazy, I'll just go like, oh, I was just failing fast like you said we should. So, let's see. I'm currently an IT manager in a service desk. I spent 6 months last year trying to change the view of my directors that ideology of failing forward is a growth opportunity. Called bullshit and proved failing forward is a backward way of thinking when you don't pivot your team at key points in the year for growth to happen. You become less profitable. Whew. Yeah, so I think it's very much about what I take offense to, or what I don't like, is the choice of word, at least as much as the concept. And the concept is fine. If you just call it testing, then I'm all for it. But testing is, you can even call it the scientific method. You set up a hypothesis and you find some way to prove or disprove your hypothesis, and well, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. That's the scientific method. That has a very good proven track record for a good way of approaching things or getting things done. So, yeah. I tend to let it happen because they force perfection into a process that is actively antithetical. Don't know what that means. It's all about trying and learning, not failing. Feels like it's more a thing about how you frame it. Yes, it very much is about you framing it. And the reason why, I mean, this is all about communication. So it's about framing, because I don't think that when you say fail fast and fail forward, you don't actually mean fail. You mean test things to see if they work, and if they don't work, you pivot and do something else. Makes perfect sense. It's good concept. But using the term failure and failing it leads to a lot of bad conclusions by people who have only halfway understood the concept. And granted, most people will not sort of understand the nuances. All they hear is like, okay, the new thing for management is that failure is the thing we want. We want to fail as much as possible. All right, fair enough. I can do that. I can get on board with that. I was like, yeah, but that's not really the whole story. Then don't use terminology that is so obviously missing being, that is so obviously easy to misinterpret the intention behind it. Because if you read Lean Startup, it is leaning heavily on the scientific method as sort of the background for it, which makes sense. So it's not the method itself, it is the glorification in the word of choosing failure. Oops. And I think also, because you use the word failure to describe it, you're missing a lot of the nuance about it, right? Because any project can lead to a failure, and then you can say that's good. No, because spending 10 million on a failure or spending 10,000 on a failure, there's a big difference. But if you just note it as a failure, while one is actually a hypothesis that you're testing, and the other one is just a full-fledged project that just crashes and burns. Oops. Never got this one. Okay, let's get these. Let me just put this in and then see if I got some good responses to my rant feels like you are just mad at goalpost moving, not so much the failure. Nope. Nope. It's nothing to do with moving goalposts. Nothing at all. It actually, I can't even see how you could get to that conclusion. Huh. It is 100% about misguided use of that word, which leads to confusion and misinterpretation and leads to misappropriation of resources, both time and money, because you are chasing failure instead of chasing success, and spending money on stupid things, and then afterwards calling it a good thing because you failed at it, instead of spending time and money on doing a test and then finding out what is valuable, and then have a much higher success rate when you actually do the project. Good, I'm Mr. Mini. Samir, how many hours do you have? I don't know, 800-ish. This series, I think I'm actually more like 900 maybe, in total. Satisfactory. No, it's way more than that. Anyway, I don't know. This series, it's about 250. Missed. And welcome. I mean, it's like, whoops. No, it just says welcome to chat room. Huh. The opposite of the intention. You can't fail fast if your manager forces perfection and drags a small fail fast project into. Yeah. And then they say, well, okay, yeah. You can't fail fast if you are not allowed to fail fast. I think I know, of course, the reason why it is the way it is. It's because it is a paradigm shift, and if you want to do a paradigm shift, you have to be provoking. You have to say something or have some catchy phrases that are provoking to sort of the status quo, and that makes sense. And that's why you embrace the stuff that is the beast, the monster that you could never tame before, and then you embrace the failure. Oh, we need output. That's good. They are turning a goal of 20% improvement to a goal of learning from the failure. What? No, I think you're just not getting it, but that's on me. It also, so Cthulhu's, it also depends on your experience with the corporate life, right? Because if I can't tell, but if you don't live in a corporate world, maybe it's difficult to, or in an IT development engineering world, in a non-startup company, then it can be hard to relate, because then things about like moving budgets and stuff like that. But if you see like multi-year 100-man projects and they come crashing down and burning, and then you see the person who was responsible for all of it coming back and saying like, oh, but we learned a lot. That's like, yeah, but we were not here to learn. We were here to save the business and open up new business opportunities. And now you sort of hide behind learning as sort of a, hiding behind it instead of owning the failure that it is, because it is a failure. You got a target of I don't know, replacing an IT system or opening a new business area or something like that, and that doesn't work. Learning was not, if you were asked to do learning, you would have gotten a way smaller budget. Did it just? I have no depth perception here. There you go. Seems that we're running out of status. We're running out of status. Or I just didn't connect it. That's also an option. I hope that's the option, but it probably isn't. Yeah, it's not. It's very much not enough status. That's kind of Expected, maybe? Yeah. Very much no status. So much for that good idea about building this. Yeah. Well, the candy shop needs to be candied up. So I think these like topics are super interesting, and hopefully they can also be a bit thought-provoking. And when I do these kind of things, I deliberately want to phrase it as a hot take, because it's also more interesting to respond to something that's a bit of a hot take than to just go like, I think budgeting is fine. Maybe it could be slightly better, but it's good. Okay. Yeah, okay, well, that's not really gonna start much of a conversation, is it? Yeah, DSP released a FAQ. Yes, the one thing I looked at from the DSP FAQ that I found really interesting was about the miners, where it says there was a question like, can the miners do something? And then it was like, they are easier to place. That's the one thing I'm hoping that will be there. Easier to place my advanced miner. We're gonna miss some. Yeah, okay. We're gonna go all in and just fix them from below afterwards. Turned out not to be that big of a deal to do that, and just try to hit everything here. Imagine if each one of these objects that are colored required a color cartridge. Ah. Pew, 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 pew. Q8. What? Does the van miner? You can set the speed of mining for the advanced mining machine, and it can be placed more freely as you want. That's the one we're looking for, right? In the ops arena, if you only achieve 20% of your goal, the project was not scoped out properly to set you up for success. But if you are in R&D and you only get 20% of, you have lessons learned to improve. Go, huh? I don't agree. Don't agree with that. That seems like someone working in ops commenting on R&D as without knowledge about it. Sorry to say that. It's really easy to make assumptions about other fields. Granted, of course, if you're doing basic research in we talk about R&D in, I don't know, maybe medical science, where there are so many things that can go wrong and the failure rate is so high. Maybe that's a thing, but then again, are you setting 20% target goals of something? Probably not, because that's then the goal is more like 20% of our projects will come home, more than each project will give 20% results. And also in ops, there are also times when I've had so many conversations where I've been trying to explain to the customer, like internal customers, that they do not want 100% uptime, right? Because that they don't want to pay for it. It's that simple. And the amount of work that would need it for this, and the criticality is not really, so there are just all sorts of spaces to negotiate for pretty much.
Another
Oh
loyal
wow!
devotee.
Thank you, new patron. That is so glorious. It's been Wayne June has definitely not been overworked today. Chat seems broken. Oh, I know, Mark. Chat is broken, but that's I deal with that every day. Let's see if there was an activity over on Patreon. There was. Thank you very much. And initiate of the path for a year. Welcome. So radius around the miner. Yes, please. Absolutely. Are things like tests and proof of concept that might fail? Yeah. Hello. How do I unlock the painting in Satisfactory? It's one of the mem research things, so that's as much as I can remember. I can't remember where it is, but probably the mem. And let's go down below, and then it's much easier down below to fix. Ooh, float, 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 float. I'm not floating. Oh, I'm floating. Ah. The customizer, okay. Yeah, I can't remember how it is. There. I think we got the whole damn thing. Oh, no. Ah. Looking good, I think. Ugh. Ta-da! Our factory is done. I'm not actually particularly keen on putting power here. Let's go have a look at how bad our data build is compared to our demand. The demand here is obscene, right? It's 50 per, yeah. 20. Yeah, it's 50 per minute. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Let's go. You going to skin this building? No, I have actually decided I don't like that, because look at the battery building. This just looks so much more awesome than just looking at blank things. Look at that. It's green. It's awesome. It works. Happy. This is orange, yellow. It's idle. Perfect. Awesome. I think that looks so much better. I think that looks so much more impressive. I mean, I like this one from a distance, the aluminium, but these factories, just looking at it, this has just exactly this view, maybe without the trees in the front, but you can see that these are big builds. One tile still green? Pfft, of course. Why are we not going? What the? I like when buildings have different designs. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand it. I like it. I like seeing that it's awesome and big and does stuff. So I like this design, but I'm also at this point, like it really easily becomes stuff like this, where it's just a big box of boringness, and I don't really have any kind of motivation to make it like every single one super fancy and spend twice as much time on it. Hey Wallen, thank you for the prime. Oops, I did not want to go in there. Hello, David Gruber. Welcome. And hope you'll enjoy your stay. Now, I'm only streaming until midnight. That's about 20 minutes more. And then what? But I'm doing that, streaming pretty much every day. Tuesday. Every day at 8 o'clock Central European time. Pretty much. Usually take one day off a week. Oh, let's go down. Beacon. It could be an input thing. It could also be just the factory's just not fast enough. How many hours in the save? About 250. These two lights that we placed. Hey, look at that parking. Woo! What? Where's the drone? Oh, there you are. Okay, so it's coming in here and then it's bringing not much. This one's good, so everything we're getting is going into this one. But let's have a look at how fast this one is. Eight per minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 40 per minute, and the other one's consuming 60 per minute. So if it's working, then I think it's pretty close to okay. Pretty close, right? We could put a few speedy things in here. Oh no, where are they? I don't have... Ooh, I don't have any of those. Where are they? Yeah, so I think I will need to go back here. I think we'll just bump this one up. Just put a proliferator and spray your ingredients. Absolutely. I have no idea how that's going to work. I have no idea how that's going to work. I hope it's a different concept than power shots and productivity modules and beacons, so that it feels different. And it sounds like it's going to be unique and different. And it's probably going to be in the beginning like, this is weird. And then we'll get used to it and then it'll be like, this is interesting. Hopefully it'll give us some more design challenges like, do we want to do proliferation? Because that's... I was about to do... there we go. That's almost a perfect starfish. I was about to just slide underneath again. Yeah, advanced miner is exciting. Absolutely. What am I going here for? Can't remember. Why did I want to go back here? Slugs! Yay! Slugs. Do I have slugs? Yeah, we got a few. 70 slugs. We'll take it. Oh, we forgot to hit that. Floof. So what if I add 50% to this? That should then be consuming 90. Huh. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, let's go back to that one. This is only producing 40, but how is 40 going to go in there? That's not going to work. Even if I take this out, then it's commending... This is 160 now, but this is not going to get 60. What the... How did I miss that so much? That's weird. Isn't that weird? So this is getting 60 now. And 60, that means at least this belt is going to be full, and then it will at least produce the quantity that it is promising. So now it will be producing 8. So it wasn't producing 8, it was producing 5 1/3. Where's my... Yeah, we've... Slugs are squished into a battery. Yeah, I mean, carrying 70 slugs in your pocket, it's kind of gross. Kind of gross. Especially after watching season 4 of Expanse. You don't want to put slugs anywhere near you, so put them in containers. Alright, so we just actually bumped up the production here to, well, what it says on the tin. So now this should be constructing at 40 per minute. That means it's never gonna catch up. Damn. What if I do? Not that. Oh, what about you? Oh, this one is... All of it is done. All of it is done. Okay, so... It is just a matter of how much will flow in here. And it'll probably just come back in the baby's lead. Oh, doesn't it say how much? Maximum transfer, outgoing transfer rate, 27 items per minute. And I'd like to get 50. 27 sounds about right compared to what I should have had. Now it will be probably getting closer to the 40 that I want. Because 27 out of 40 is pretty close to 2/3. So having 27 here is matching really well with 2/3 of the 40 that was projected. I like it when that's kind of makes sense. Yeah, but okay. But the thing is, like with the, if I use it for the status here, I mean, I know I'm going to use a ton of them. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna put 10. I don't like it, but I have to do it. Baked Beans told me to. It's gonna be a problem once we get to like using engines as well. Then we'll definitely see problems. And I know I need to update the belts afterwards. Oh, it might actually be the belt speed that could be something like that. Could it? No. Like this, how much is it? It's only consuming like 18, so it's not bad. There you go. Now we should get 90 inbound. I won't use health potion until next boss. Yeah, but I also... You're right. You're right. We burn them here, and if we really get into trouble, we can always come back and go, oops, I shouldn't have burned them there. Wow, I barely managed to mute in time. Whew, good stuff. Well, not good. Exploding stuff. All right, we're happy. Did I have a car? Yeah, no, I didn't. So I can build it again. Caterpillar ingots okay? Yeah, they're fine. Until they're not, but that's the next problem. So tomorrow will be Dyson Sphere program. Gonna start a new game. Gonna go for all achievements except the timed ones in a single playthrough. And if that means no solar sails, no foundation, and 0.5 resources, and that will be until we complete the game. That means mission completed. So that will be sort of what we'll be working on initially. Praise the sun! Praise the sun! It was perfect. Praise the sun. Nice. And we're stuck under the car, but that's okay. Okay, so let's have a look at... Yeah, that also means that it's going to be difficult, and we'll see. Oh, by the way, Baked Beans, I don't know if you said you might want to test it, the part about if you using foundations as landfill also counted as foundations, or it only counted foundations as foundations that are colored? So is the no foundations, does that include no landfill? Is the Dinos merch available and other hats? No, there's not. I've technically, I think there might be some merch available, but I really should be taking it down, and I want to get some new merch. But again, that's like one of those many things that I'll do next year. Oh crap, that's this year. What is the DSP achievement requirement on production 0.5 on all machines? No, it's resources. It's complete the game on resources 0.5. It's tied to using a single foundation on the ground. I would just not craft a single one until the end. Yeah, that's also how we're gonna do it. Well, that means we're not gonna be burning through a lot of steel and stone. It's January. I want a hat. Yeah, I know. I don't know how content creators do this. I don't know. It's a big part, and I think big part of it is the fact that I make so many videos that all of those sort of behind the scenes things, like working on updated logos and those kind of things, just updating my description, it just becomes like, I forgot it. I remember it in the evening, and then after the stream I'm too tired, and the next day I'll work on my video, and then sort of one day takes the next. And I used to have like I used to have like a weekly, these are the things I want to get done this week, and then I didn't really update it, so I didn't use it, so it didn't really, honestly, I don't have a lot of things on my to-do list. I know my schedule, and I'm kind of like, what should I put in a video tomorrow? Okay, well, what should I do on a video Friday? Should I do a video Friday even? I don't know. I'll see, right? So circuit plus circuits for computers plus circuits for supercomputers, yeah. But others also use other people, managers, teams, designers, etc. to have more time to do stuff. Yeah, but that's not at my scale. And the thing is, like, it would be someone who would be really, really close to the community who would be the only ones who could do these kind of things, because they are so, you'd have to know me. Like, for example, that transition was made by Vichu, and it was and Jeff. Vichu and Jeff. Vichu made the background, and Jeff made the animation. I think that was how it was. But anyway, maybe one of them is here and can correct. But that's the kind of thing that if I had to outsource this to someone in the other end of the world who barely speaks English and don't know who I am and don't know what I am and what I want, and then I'd have to sort of describe and explain and iterate. And this is the kind of thing where it took 2-3 iterations, because they know who I am and they know what I want, and they know sort of, then they do something and I went like, oh, it's a bit loud, and just cranked down the sound a bit, and I got still a bit loud. Okay, sound further down, it's good. And I think that's kind of, that would have taken like a stupid amount of time to outsource to, let's say, professionals. Because like, oh, okay, you leave me a design. It's like, yeah, but if I had a design, I wouldn't need you, would I? It's about sort of, I need something cool to transition. What does it look like? I don't know. It needs to be cool. If I knew it, I would make it myself. I couldn't, but then I don't know. Right, and that's the kind of thing, like what does merch look like? Well, I think the first thing would be like updating logos and sort of one tile off emotes and that kind of things, right? Yeah, PowerPole keychain. Yeah, I actually worked on some 3D printed little spinny things. They're pretty cool, but then Corona hit, and then kind of the guy who made it turned into an anti-vaxxer, and then I kind of don't really talk to him because I don't really bother listening to that shit. So there's that. Yeah, so like, I've always read how artisanal and homegrown things around here are. One could even say handcrafted. I mean, you know, what those are the kind of things like there's a whole step of things before there's something mature for merch. For example, we need to take some of the things like one tile off, and you know the the things that sort of become memes here, like driving and that kind of thing, and just cultivate it, make it a bit more firm, and sort of make it more into products, make it emotes for it, make commands for it, like all of that integration. And once that's done, once that's reached a maturity, then they'll be like, I want a Stay Effective t-shirt, or I want a cap that says one tile off, or they'll get like, okay, then we can start sort of building it. But there's a ramping up, and I'm just still stumbling here at the start. Trees are the enemies, yeah. Yeah. There's a ton of these things, right? Could have a branded mod that disables all of the other mods. What? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, would you have as a community? Oh, absolutely, absolutely, Randomax. That's not what I'm saying. That's the part is that I know that I am lagging on my deliverables to the community in terms of, I mean, I have a lot of slots for emotes that are still open. I'll even check how many I have, because it's kind of embarrassing. Partner, and then it goes like, if you're looking for the emote page, then go to this link. Okay, that's what I wanted to. I have 5 follower emotes that have 9 subscriber emotes. I have 5 animated emotes. I have 4 tier 2 emotes. I have 3 tier 3 emotes. That's an obscene amount of emotes I have available. I just need a graphic designer girlfriend who can do this for me. How difficult can that be? Yeah, that's probably not the shortest path to that solution, right? Other streamers would kill for my emote slots. Yeah, but they're not getting mine and killing me. That's not good. But I don't really get it. But Richard, the reason why is because we peaked at a very high subscriber count, and it is the peak subscriber count that always counts, right? That's the one that enables more slots. So yes, O's are about free labor. Yes, maybe that's why I don't have any. Yeah, but that's it is a very serious problem that I have in terms of sort of managing my channel, and I'm sure that it would be something that would. One of the things that the reason why I'm also just a bit hesitant about the merchandise is that I find that almost all merchandise is just way too expensive. I'm not really. I think that $50 for a hoodie is a lot of money, and with $50, then I make $5 on it. So it's really I'm not so keen on the whole merchandise. And usually low quality. I wouldn't say that. Actually, most of the stuff I wear is merchandise stuff from various YouTube channels. So, and I like it, especially hoodies. I don't wear a hoodie when streaming because it's too warm. But yes, this is a problem. Exactly, like $20 to $30 for a t-shirt is like, well, it's fine because I support them. Exactly, and you think like, all right, well then on that t-shirt I'm making $2, right? So that's also the kind of thing that you think that you're buying an overpriced t-shirt and therefore supporting me, but in actual fact I make $2 to $3 on a $30 t-shirt, and the rest just goes, and that's not even counting shipping and VAT, because that's a thing as well. So it ends up being extremely expensive. Like I bought a couple of hoodies for myself from Corridor Digital, and they're shipped from the US. And that means first I spent $150 on a couple of hoodies, and then after I received them, I spent another $100 on VAT. I'm like, okay, these are just the most expensive hoodies I've ever had. So put it this way, you're making $5 for someone to wear your ad. Yeah, but that's not really how it works, right? It's not really how it works. There's no one who goes like, oh, that's a cool t-shirt. Oh, where do you get that from? Oh, this is this YouTube channel. Oh, really? Let me hurry up and watch that. That's not how it works, right? It might work like that for really big YouTubers, but of course, the super rare occasion, like, is that a that's a, and of course you sometimes go like, oh, that's a cool motif on the hoodie, and then go like, oh yeah, this is from the from various YouTube channels. So, and I'd also like to. This is kind of another thing. Like, it's the simplest thing is like doing the classic like logos and emotes and catchphrases, that kind of thing. But there's at least someone doing it really well. Hold on. I'm back. This is Vatividya, so the Soulsborne lore guy. Like, that's a super cool hoodie, right? That's super cool. Nothing to do with the channel at all. It's just really cool art that he has commissioned for his stuff, and then it becomes like, oh, okay, it's not so much about supporting, aside from you're also supporting, but it's also like, it's just really cool. So anyway, so that's where we are going to be wrapping up today. Tomorrow we'll be playing more games. We'll be playing Dyson Sphere Program, and there will also be YouTube content for Dyson Sphere Program coming, but it'll probably be next week because I have the kids this weekend and we've got a lot of plans, so it's going to be really difficult for me to sort of really get a good first episode. And we all know that first episode of a new series is the most important, so I don't want to sort of hack it and then just kind of regret it afterwards, because that's going to be the one people will watch the most. So I want to make sure that's all good. So I might not be able to do that just like Friday morning. So with that, thank you very much everyone for watching. No trains today, no hype trains, just regular trains. So maybe we'll get one tomorrow. Who knows? And I think we'll do some hype train integration with planets and star systems. I think that star system is much more. It might be like level 2 or level 4. Like level 2 for a planet, level 4 for a solar system. I think we could do something like that. It's kind of how I'm leaning towards. That would be, then it's not going to go super quick with filling up the galaxy with stuff. So that is the plan for now. So hype for DSP. I am hyped for it as well, and I hope you want to join in. So thank you everyone for joining. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Good night, take care, and as always, stay effective.